Hi, I'm still here. You changed your picture. I pay attention. I had to grind up some basil. This is my Starbucks coffee grinder. Basil. I have a Kiss song going through my head. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I don't remember the rest of it. '70s? '70s Kiss? Basil, how was your day today with work? I don't know. Oh, I'm on ADD medication, so things are better. Taking Vyvanse, generic, 50 milligrams. Today's Thursday. How was your day? I believe you were still awake when I was, or you were still awake when I just woke up. As memory serves. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah. Nice. Brandon Julian Windsor says, hey, Walton Walnuts, happy to hear the ADHD medication is helping. Lord, yes. Like you would not believe. Like I still have the same problems I have, like flashbacks and stuff. They affect me less, which is nice. I'm still here. Says it was okay. Yeah, I slept until 7:30 a.m. Napped after 11 a.m. for a couple hours. Haven't done much of anything today. My heart has been beating weirdly. I believe it is stress, as I have felt it before. I left my contacts in. It's weird now. And I didn't get water. No, this is from yesterday. The optimist says it's half full. The pessimist says it's half empty. The engineer says the glass is twice as big as it needs to be. I didn't drink coffee because of the heart fluttering, so that sucks because coffee is the only reason I live. Yeah, coffee, because adulting is hard. What does the carpenter say? Is it? I'm I'm the carpenter. Is it? Is it? I'm the carpenter. Sounds like a joke. What does the carpenter say? I inhaled that first hit. That was so dumb. That was all paper. Brandon Julian Windsor says adulting is the hardest. I need an adultier adult an adult who's been adulting longer. Adulting longer. Why? What do you want? What do you want an adulting? A more adult for? What good's that gonna do? I always thought there'd be a time when I felt like an adult. No. Okay, I'm an adult now. 49 years old. I don't feel like an adult. About the glass of water being half full, half empty, you said engineer. Oh, what does the carpenter say about the glass? Interesting. I don't know. I like the engineers thing. Hi, Wee Ian says hello, Walton ears and Walton. Thank you. Brandon Julian Windsor says I'm 31, but I feel like a kid. LOL. I don't feel like a kid. There's no doubt about that. I feel like an old man, but I don't feel like an adult. I'm still here says hi, coolest people on the internet. That's nice. Brandon Julian Windsor says hi, I'm still here. And I'm still here says stop wetting the wood and use a coaster. I'm not using a coaster. This is wood right here. No coaster. But I also like my water to be room temperature, so no condensation. Brandon Julian Windsor says hi, we in. Ghost Town. Hi, Ghost Town says, damn, bro, you fly as hell. What? I don't know that anybody's ever accused me of being fly as hell before. And then I laughed and it all went away. I'm 49 years old. I'm old. Young people are fly as hell. Old people are not. But that's hilarious. Thank you, Ghost Town. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. I'm not doing drugs right now. I'm not. I'm smoking basil. Basil. Because doing drugs on a live stream is against the rules. Now, doing drugs on a regular live stream is against the rules. Doing drugs on a private 18 or private live stream or 18 or older live stream, that's okay. Wee-In says, hope everyone's doing as good as can be. Doesn't sound like I'm still here is doing as good as could be because I'm still here, didn't have any coffee today, and that's I'm still here's reason for living. So Something tells me it was a rough day. I remember my coffee today, thank God. Day 2 of having my ADD medication, which was great, by the way. So I take 50 milligrams of Vyvanse, generic, for ADD medication, which is 2 different stimulants. It's some good shit. And eventually, but my prescription is for 250s every day, but I've only taken 150 so far, yesterday and today, because I haven't done it in a while, the ADD medication. So if I jump straight back into 100 milligrams at one time, I might be feeling a little bit too good. Megan DeFore says, "What time is it in your country?" It's 6:17, 6:11. I can't tell. 6:11 p.m. in my country. My country 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. What do you notice about the effects you feel, positive and possible negative? Effects of what? What do you notice about the effects you feel, positive and possible negative? Of the ADD medication? I'm going to assume you're talking about the ADD medication. Your meds. Yes, okay. I'm sorry, what was the question? What do you notice the effects? What do you notice about the effects you feel? I feel good when I take the ADD medication. I have a good feeling. I don't feel in any way tired. I feel awake mentally, like I'm awake, like I'm not at all, and I'm not in any way thinking about. That's one of the problems I have when I get up in the morning is that I think about how tired I am, and I just can't stop thinking about how tired I am, and I just like think about going back to bed and how comfortable it would be to go back to bed. And the moment I go back to bed, I could feel myself going immediately to sleep, and then I wish I could go back to bed. That type of thing. I don't have those feelings or thoughts at all, and it comes on slow. The feeling comes on slow for me. So just all of a sudden I start feeling better. I feel like it does raise my body temperature like a little bit because I don't feel like I don't feel cold, or I do feel cold and it just doesn't bother me as much. And so there's a high associated with ADD medication. There's no doubt. So I definitely feel good when I'm taking it. I mean, it's like doing cocaine. If you've ever done cocaine before, I mean, not a lot. It just I don't know if it gives energy, but I don't know if they say it gives you focus, but it's like more like you want to do stuff. And you think about doing stuff. So I thought about doing stuff instead of thinking about how shitty my life is or how shitty my past is. This is where I live. I normally spend most of my time going back and forth between how shitty my past was and how shitty my present is. And then I like think about this, I think about this, I think about this, I think about this. But when I'm taking the ADD medication, I have more thoughts of the future. I'm like, oh, there's things I want to do. So like I'm driving into work and I'm thinking about things like, man, if I wasn't working right now, I could be doing this and this and this, but the odds of me actually doing that were slim, but I think about it. And then I try to solve problems in my head too, which I do a lot more of. Like I see a simple thing and I need to try and find a way to make it better. And like I was trying to find a way, like how could I have grass inside of my house, artificial or real, but inside of my house so that my dog could pee in it and poop on it without having to go outside because he doesn't like to get cold and doesn't like to get wet and doesn't like to get snowy. And it'd be nice if he had access to the damn it dog, do not get up, man. Lay down because I'm just trying to enjoy my basil stick. So I was trying to think about, I was thinking about if I won the lottery because there was a drawing yesterday. So it was first thing this morning. I'm driving into work. So I'm like, well, I guess I won the Powerball jackpot last night. There was a drawing. I have no idea if it was one or not, but I just assumed I did first thing this morning. So I'm driving into work thinking about what I'll do with my $120 million. It's $300 million was the jackpot, but after taxes, if you take it all at one time, it's about 120 million. It's like, all right, what am I going to do with my 120 million now that I'm a winner and I'm a millionaire? Well, first thing I'm going to do is drive into work. And while I'm driving into work, I'm thinking about how do I get how do I get my dog to poop and pee inside the house without it being disgusting? So I'm thinking about a room, a small room, like maybe closet size, and then having some artificial grass in there, but having like a big pan is what it is. Like they make these really big pans for like putting underneath your hot water heater or your washing machine, because in case your washing machine leaks, it'll leak into a pan. So they can custom make these things any fucking size. Like I'm a really big pan, like half of a floor is a big old pan that drains into the floor into wherever water goes from your house. I don't know. And then having some fake grass. And this is what I'm thinking about on the way into work. This is where my mind went for ADD medication. This is not thoughts that I think when I'm not on ADD medication. So I was thinking, all right, I have a big old pan in the middle of the floor and be like this tall. It's real short. And then having fake grass in the pan, not the same size as the pan. It'd have to be smaller than the pan because my dog, when he pees in the artificial grass I have outside, he puts his front paws in the grass, but he leaves his back paws out of the grass. So he misses the artificial grass that I have outside. I have artificial grass out there that he can pee into, and it goes right into a drain, and it leaves. But he doesn't do it. He pees like under the thing because he puts his front paws in, but he doesn't put his back paws in. He's a Dotson. He doesn't realize that he's like this long. So when he gets his front part into the grass, he thinks his back half is in the grass too, and it's not. So I'd have to have grass like smaller than the pan in this room because he would put his front feet in the grass, but then he'd just pee in the pan and it would just go down into the drain. Then I'm thinking I need to have running water I need to have because I got to clean up the poop and shit. So I have to have a place for a trash can. I need to have a sink so I can wash my hands. And then I need to have like a place where I can have poop bag dispenser so I can pick his poop up. But then also this is the pee is going to smell. So like this is gonna need to be clean. The artificial grass in the pan needs to be clean. So I need to have a hose in there. So I need to have like a functioning hose where I can hose it off. And then I'm thinking, well shit, water's gonna spray everywhere. So it can't be like a closet. It needs to be more like a bathroom. It's got like tile and shit all over. So I'm thinking, well, all right, so it would be similar to a bathroom. It'd be like a and then I have to have like a dog door like into the room. So I'm thinking like easy cleanup, but then I want my dog to be able to use it anytime. Because the reason I was thinking about this was because my dog did not want to pee for this morning. And that's upsetting to me because I'm like, Jesus, when did the dog pee last? I'm thinking, did he? I think the dog's gonna go like 24 hours without peeing. And I'm thinking, oh my God, poor dog. But then it's like, okay, yeah, dumb dog needs to learn to fucking pee before I go into work. He peed after I got home from work. I assume that he pees somewhere in the house, and I just haven't found that spot yet. Because I mean, how can a dog go that long without peeing? Anyway, it's just cold outside. He doesn't like to pee outside because it's fucking cold, and I don't like walking outside either when it's cold. I don't like having to walk my dog outside in order for him to pee. And he used to pee out in the back. Oh, I was unemployed. That was the fucking problem. When I was unemployed, I didn't leave the house at all. So actually, at the very beginning of me I tried to get outside as much as I could. So I would walk the dog like 4 or 5 times a day. And he just got in the habit of peeing outside in the front when I walk him out front. If he goes out back, there's artificial grass. It's like a big old deck that I have out there, sort of. And I just got a spot of artificial grass that he can pee and poop in. Well, he poops next to the artificial grass. He doesn't poop on the artificial grass. He's a great dog. But now he just wants to pee. He only doesn't want to pee out back. He only wants to pee in the front. And he's looking at me now, and I don't like it. It's making me unhappy because Have you considered doggy door at your back door so you don't have to worry at all about your extra work? It's a proper fenced out back. I have a dog door. Shit, I can show you. Hold on, you want to see? You're gonna see it anyway. I'm gonna reverse the screen. All right, do you see that door right there? That's a sliding door. And if I slide the door open, it goes to a swinging door that I put on there. It's a swinging storm door, and there's a dog door on the storm door. So I have to open the sliding door in order for my dog to get to the dog door. So he cannot get to it on his own. Right now there's a door blocking the dog door, but you can see where the dog door is there at the bottom. Anyway, I have a dog door, but no, I do not want my dog walking outside ever without me knowing that he's outside. I mean, I don't want him like if I'm not home, I don't want my dog going outside. Any number of things can happen. He's a dumb dog. I don't trust him. Right now, he's licking my shirt because I spilled marijuana on me. He's licking it up, and there's been times that he's acting goofy after he ate marijuana that I spilled, which I don't think is possible. But he definitely like, "Are you high?" But I don't think a dog can get high from licking just a little bit of marijuana. It's not like he ate an eighth of flour or anything, but he fucking would if he had a chance to. What is a shard? Chance Wilkins. Who's Chance Wilkins? Says I'm still here. Kelly Biddle. Hi, Kelly Biddle says they dislocate their little legs a lot. The fucking this kind of dog? Man, I hope not. He hasn't done that shit yet. He hurt his back one time and he was like paralyzed. His back and I was like freaked out. But the vet was not freaked out. They said, yeah, it's kind of common. Odds are he'll be fine. And he was. It just took a while. He had inflammation in his back. Poor little fucking guy. I was upset. Yes, my mom's did often. No, dog. He just wants me to feed him. No. No. Lay right there. I just want to sit here and enjoy my basil stick. But no, he's got to get all bitchy. And it's not even time. He's like an hour early of when it's supposed to be. Technically, he's 2 hours early. Actually, he's 3 hours early, but he just slowly keeps pushing the time forward on when he thinks that he should. EAT. I don't want to say the fucking word. But no, it's too goddamn early. Kelly Biddle, your mom's dog often had dislocated legs. That sucks. Poor puppies. I don't like it when dogs get hurt. I hate it when animals get hurt in the movies. Like, I don't care how many people you have to have all kinds of gruesome and terrible deaths. The dog needs to live, man. I get upset when the dog dies. I mean, I love the John Wick movies, except for that one scene. Like, there was a point when my daughters and I were fast forwarding through that scene because we didn't like it so much. But it's a critical scene where I don't want to ruin the John Wick movies for you, but there's four. But in the first one, the dog dies. Well, the dog is killed, and it's not fun to watch. I mean, it's not like it's like super horrible, but just the fact is the dog died. So it was upsetting. So, but that's what started the whole John Wick franchise was that he didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to go about his day, but somebody killed his dog, and then it just spiraled out of control from there. So it was a crucial scene to the John Wick franchise, but I don't like the scene. So I understand it, I appreciate it, I see the necessity of it, I just don't like the scene. Because John Wick had gotten his ass kicked and he was unconscious on the ground, and the dog was hurt. We're not exactly sure how, but the dog was bleeding. The dog was hurt, so John Wick passed out. And when John Wick woke up, the dog was dead. But the dog was hurt further away from John Wick, and you just see a trail of blood where the dog crawled over to John Wick, and then died there. right next to him. And it's like, oh man, it was fucking horrific. So this poor dog was hurt, and he crawled to his owner for help, and his owner was unconscious, and then he just died there. Brandon Jillian Windsor says the only movie where I didn't mind the dog dying was Cujo, for obvious reasons. You talking about the original Cujo? There's only one, right? In the book, the dog was possessed by a demon. In the movie, he just had rabies. But yeah, Cujo, yeah, that was a bad dog. Like in Marley and Me, the movie Marley and Me, that where they had the dog, like they had the dog from puppy to death. They showed the death scene. They showed the dog dying in the vet where they had to put the dog to sleep. Well, the movie, no matter, I mean, I have no idea how good that movie was because I mean, I think it was funny if as memory serves, but I'll never watch it again because I don't want to see the ending. I don't want to watch the movie because I know the ending's coming, and that's where the dog dies. It was just sad. When I'm thinking about it now, and it's sad. But I think that movie was really funny. But I can't stand the idea of watching it because the dog died. I sometimes think about this is mental illness. I sometimes think about the horrible place I will be in if this dog ever dies. I'm like, man, I will spiral out of control and I get all upset about it and I can start crying just at the thought of this dog's fine, he's healthy, and there's no problem. I have mental illness. I'm mentally ill. Ow. I couldn't stop swishing, like just making all kinds of mouth movements today. I was doing it all day long to the point where I feel my tongue is all like cut up. I feel it cut up on the sides, or in the back, like along the sides, like I was chewing on it or something with my teeth. And then the very tip of it, I can feel there's some unhappiness there. I should probably swish salt water. I don't know but I did that yesterday too, and that might just be a side effect of the ADD medication that I get twitchy. I feel like I'm more calm. I'm twitchy anyway, but I feel like I'm more calm when I'm on the ADD medication, but my tongue was really twitchy in my mouth. Maybe I could drink some of this day old water. Nope. I forgot how to drink water. Okay, I think I got it all. That was horrible. All right. I feel like I got flushed. I feel like it's really hot in here now. Wow. No, 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 no. Yes, you're adorable. Everyone knows that. I probably don't need any more of that. I have a DOG. It's a DOG. B1387 says hello. Hello. I'm still here. Says I drink cold water all the time. LOL. Oh no. Are you okay? Weird influencer dies on my stream. Yeah, like what happens if somebody dies on a live stream? Like what when the people are watching it? Like what do they do? You can't call the police. You're not exactly sure where the person is. Which police do you call? You can't exactly call YouTube. They don't have a phone. Well, I can call somebody. I have a method of contacting a real person. When you're a YouTube partner, you can contact real people at YouTube, like actual living human beings. I've never done it, but you can't. But I can. But like, what do you do if someone like dies on screen? I mean, I know you can. You can report videos and stuff. Man, I have had so many videos reported. I think I've had 8 reported where YouTube sent me a "we're concerned about you" email. It says on there. It says some of the viewers, some of the staff, some of the something, I don't know, are concerned about your safety and well-being. I make videos about, well, I'm not supposed to, I'm going to say anyway. I make videos about suicide and mine specifically, so that causes some alarm, and some people say they report my videos to YouTube, and then YouTube has sent me 8 now. I've got 8 videos so far that they've sent me hey, we're concerned about you. Just to let you know that we have this support tools, and they have tools. YouTube has tools that you can use for just that. If you need any kind of mental health, they got shit available. They're like, click here. I'd not click there, but I can. It's there. It's available. YouTube has stuff. YouTube cares. They don't want any of their users to die. No, it's not good for them. Well, the dog went and got a drink of water, but now he's coming back and he's going to get all jumpy. I know how he is. He knows how to push my buttons in order to get me. There, he just jumped. You're going to hurt your back. He doesn't realize that he's a Dachshund, and he doesn't realize that he's not a puppy anymore. You know, puppies can take some abuse, man. My puppy fell down my stairs, like my hardwood stairs, like tumbled. And I freaked the fuck out. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he was so happy because he'd never been to the bottom of the stairs before. And he was like thrilled. He's just like, wow, what's down here? All kinds of new smells. And he took off running in my basement, and I had to chase after him. Where I'm freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? Oh my God. All right, I got to turn the camera up because the dog wants to be fed. Fucker. All right. Okay. Oh no. My container that the dog food stuff is in is empty. I have to refill it. That's an ordeal. Got it. I got the bag. I found like a half an ounce of marijuana. For some reason, I put it up on a shelf over here. No fucking idea why or when I did that. But that's the thing about, being a drug addict. You can misplace your drugs. It happens. It happens. What can I say? Royal Canin. I have to get Royal Canin dog food because the motherfucking dog won't eat anything else. Royal Canin's like the most expensive dog food that there is. Like the Purina, which is fantastic dog food. Purina, that's a great name brand. They've got top of the line stuff. Their shit is like half the price of the Royal Canin. I don't remember how much I paid for it. That bag $60. It's like 10 pounds, $60, $70. It's fucking expensive. But I had it delivered. But it's fucking expensive. Yeah, he's worth it because he's my buddy. Man, I don't know if I want to pay that much for... I mean, I don't want to pay that much. There's definitely no doubt. This is the stuff. This is the shit I gotta feed him right here. He's a teckle. I've got a teckle. Apparently that's what they call Dachshunds in other countries. They call them teckles. And dackle. Dackle is also another word for Dachshund. He's a teckle. He's a dackle. He's a Dachshund. Or a wiener dog. Or a badger hound. Or a reverse Durat. I'm going to get new water. I thought about it. I need to change the filter on my refrigerator, my water filter, and the air filter. There's a warnings, alerts on the refrigerator telling me I need to change these two filters. They've been on there for a while now. I'm not really sure how long, but it's been a while. So my water dispenser might be killing me. I hope not. The fucking water filter is like $55 for the refrigerator. But then I got like a Brita water filter pitcher, and those water filters are quite a bit cheaper. So, you know. My mouth hurts. My mouth is hurting. I'm going to gargle warm salt water and spit. I have a hot water dispenser on my sink. They're great. Salt. Stirrer. That's probably too hot. Okay. Yeah. That's better. I didn't gargle warm salt water. I swished it. Boom. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back in the saddle again. Venadog. Is Kelly Biddle says Venadog. Is that another name for a Dachshund? I have a Dachshund. He's a purebred too. Sure. Kelly Biddle says sure. Did I ask a question? I don't know what it was. But the answer was sure. Can I help you, sir? Pretty baby. The puppy. He's my buddy. Tap, tap, tappity, tap, tap. That's from I'm still here. I know, right? He's got the little clickety clackety of his toenails, which need to be trimmed. They're getting long. I gotta take him to the vet and get his butt squeezed. And while I'm there, I'm gonna have him trim his nails. I think it's like $45 for the whole round. But I don't like trimming his nails. It's just a huge pain in the ass. But what I did, and it took me and my daughter to do it. He does not like it. He's not a fan. But what did work, but it kind of freaked me out, was I'd have a canvas bag that you would use for groceries. And then I cut 6 holes in it, in the canvas bag. You know, one for his head, one for the tail, one for each of his legs. And I put him inside the canvas bag, and then I hung him up from the door frame. I put a hook right above in the doorway. Like where you would put mistletoe. In a doorway, I put a hook there, like directly into the wood. It was a very serious hook. And then I would just hang my dog from that and then my canvas bag with all of his appendages hanging out. And I would just cut his toenails. And he pulled his paws back when he did it. And he was clearly freaked out because it freaked me out because he's like 6 feet off the ground. You know, he's not used to being that far off the ground. So I need to he's playing with this ball right now. I'm trying, I just want to if I pick the ball up, then I can pick him up, but he's not letting me have the ball. He's getting he wants me to chase him, but I'm not in a chase him kind of mood. And maybe he could want to play fetch or something like that, but I'm kind of in the way. We play fetch in the hallway, and I'm kind of partly in the hallway right now. Like this wall here is part of the hallway, and then this half wall right here is also part of the hallway. And then I got a chair that's in the middle of the hallway. Now he's jumping up on me. I got it. Boom, I got the ball. Come here. Hi. Ugh. Hold on. Hold on. Here, fuckface. Jesus. His toenails are long, he scratched me. But his toenails are long, and that's my fault. So I can't get mad at him for having long toenails and scratching me, because it's my fault he has long toenails and he's scratching me. It's not like he's not like a cat. He can't sharpen his claws on a furniture or something. I'm still here says I heard basil is better than cilantro. B1387 says not a huge fan of basil. You're not? I don't know how I feel about it either. I wonder all the time, would life be better without it? And I have no idea. I've got the ADD medication right now. Would life be better without it? No. Life is better with the ADD medication. Uh-huh. It definitely is. It's what I call a night and day drug, where your whole world changes. As if you're living your whole life in the night, and all of a sudden you take ADD medication. It's like you're now living in the daylight. It's like, whoa, it's a whole nother world. And when you first start taking the stimulant forms of the ADD medication, the shit hits you hard. This was fucked up, but I was like, so I got up to go to work, and I somehow I just recently started taking ADD medication. I hit the right one, and it worked. So I got up and got ready for work, but somehow I was an hour early so I'm like, well, I can't go into work an hour early. That's just not allowed. So I'm like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? This was back when I used to read, and I was reading a James Patterson novel at the time. And I'm sitting there reading it for an hour before I have to go to work. I'm like, can't believe I'm fucking reading before I have to go to work. So I got to work ready for work so fast, and I must have got up early. And I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna do my routine. But I was on the ADD medication, so I was focused, man. I was fucking on it. And then I was reading this book, and I was so engrossed in the book, and there was this like major plot twist in the book, and it was shocking, and my hands started shaking, and I started feeling like, oh my God, when this happened, I'm like, I couldn't believe it, I couldn't believe what had happened in this book, and I kind of started freaking out, like almost had a mini. It wasn't a panic attack. It was just like, I can't believe that happened. Holy shit. It's like when you witness something, like you're like, wow, can you believe that shit just happened? And I remember it was, and I like wanted to tell people, I'm like, oh my God, there was this huge plot twist in the book that I'm reading, but no one cares. Like literally nobody cares. And they would have to have read the book that you're talking about before to even know what you're talking about. Anyway, it was the guy's brother. The guy's wife was kidnapped and he was trying to get his wife back. So he went to his brother for help, but his brother had orchestrated the kidnapping. So it's like I had no idea. Like I hear him thinking his brother's helping him, helping him get his wife back. And then nope, the brother was behind it all. And I was just like, no, it was shocking. I was totally misled. I thought the brother was such a good guy, like going out of his way to help, but no, he was a bad guy. I don't remember the name of the book, but that one was pretty good. Uh-huh. Oh, where am I? Walton just found a stash of free basil on the shelf. Nice. Oh wait, no, I did. I thought you were saying you did. And I'm like, no, wait, that you're talking about me. I did. I forgot. I did. I found like it's like a half an ounce in there. It was like holy shit. And it was right next to my here's my blender. It's not a blender. This is a coffee grinder is what this is. It's a small coffee grinder and it's the blade style coffee grinder. This is metal in here. This was shiny chrome metal and it's got so much buildup. This was clear, but it's got so much buildup of trichomes in there. It's all yellow and shit. But it's like all built up in there. It's insane. But it's a blade coffee grinder is what that is, and I use that to grind up my marijuana, and it grinds it into a powder, which is bad. It just grinds it too much, but it saves me all kinds of time. So I'm like, okay, I can deal with it. But sometimes I roll joints and they're way too tight because it's powdery, so air doesn't go through it. It's just too tight. But I'll make it work. Having an addiction to marijuana is a lot of work. Like, holy shit, man, there's just so much fucking to it. It's easier if you roll joints because you don't have to worry about cleaning paraphernalia. But if you do anything else, you got to worry about cleaning it. Unless you do like disposable vapes and shit. I got it, buddy. I got it. Hold on, man. But like it's time consuming. Marijuana as an addiction is time consuming. It really is. I mean, I'll do it. Don't worry. But it's just that there's a lot involved with it. You gotta because it's like you smoke. It takes a lot of marijuana. Not like it's not like cocaine or crack or fentanyl or something where you just take a little bit, and you're good to go for a while. Well, cocaine wears off pretty fast. But with marijuana, like you gotta like smoke a joint and then you're good for a couple hours and you gotta like smoke another joint and then you're good for a couple hours and then you gotta smoke another joint. And this is the addiction you gotta maintain. But if you're like, smoking out of any other kind of paraphernalia, you gotta clean that shit, man. And it's an ordeal. You have to clean it like doing the dishes. It's just something you gotta get up and you gotta do. So it's not like Like marijuana or no, like cocaine is like you just have to chop it up into lines, and make it pretty. Whereas marijuana, you gotta like grind it and you gotta roll it and put it in the paraphernalia, or you gotta put it in your stuff and you gotta clean your stuff. It's just an ordeal. Oh, no. Oh. Does anyone here have ticks? I might have some, but I'm unsure if it's actually ticks or me just subconsciously making ticks happen. I have ticks. How about that? And if you're subconsciously making ticks happen, you have ticks. If you think about having ticks and it makes you have ticks, you've got ticks. That's just the way it works. Any number of things can cause tics. I mean, so like Tourette syndrome has tics, but then autism has tics, and then I've got complex post traumatic stress disorder, and I've got tics because of that. My most common tics, I have physical tics and I have verbal tics, and then but the most common one I have is verbal tics when I'm having a flashback or thinking of something that in my past that just I don't want to go there. I have a verbal tic, and it's something like a method of somehow getting me to change the subject or get my mind off of whatever it was I was just thinking about. Because that's the way complex post traumatic stress disorder works. You have a horrible memory pop up in your mind, and you want to get it out fast. So the best way to do that, well, like, so my subconscious mind was just like, all right, we'll just start talking as a way to try and get my mind to shift to something else. Well, so I start saying things I don't want to say. So and I definitely like I'm just standing there by myself, and all of a sudden I start saying shit I don't want to say. So I have verbal tics, but my verbal tics are associated with my complex post traumatic stress disorder. It's an unconscious, unwanted, undesirable thing that I do that I don't want to do, and I would like to stop. I also have physical tics, like the one that I just did. That one is actually pretty common because I was thinking about tics and I actually had one I was ticking just then. Like that's fake. There, right there. What I just did, that's me making shit up. But the one I just did a moment ago, I felt it in my hands. It was like an adrenaline rush. There, I was like, oh, that felt different because my hands just did it. I didn't think about it. My hands just did it. Wasn't anything big. It was just a motion, kind of like this. But it was something. It was an involuntary motion that I had that I didn't want to have due to something going on upstairs. And I don't like my verbal tics at all. I mean, my physical tics are, well, they suck. But I think I'd rather have physical tics than verbal tics because I don't want people to hear me saying the shit that I say. 'Cause especially if someone might think I'm talking to them or talking about them or saying something in reference to them. And then, and then if they say something back to me, like they're in the general vicinity and I just start verbally ticking, and I'm like, fuck, I know they heard me. They might or might not say anything to me. And if they do say something to me, I gotta explain to them that I'm ticking. Like, no, I'm ticking. I've got mental issues and I'm ticking. That's what's going on. But most of the time people probably don't say anything at all. They just hear me ticking and they just don't say anything. I have no idea what they're thinking. If they say something, I know what they're thinking. Did I answer whatever the question was about ticking? I don't have ticks as far as I'm aware, but I definitely have stems running my hand through my hair, leg bouncing, swaying, etc. Yeah, I think ticks might be more, like yeah, like shorter, less repetitious. It's just more of a kind of thing, like a shudder. That can be a tick. If you like when you shudder, like you all of a sudden startle. That's what it's like. It's just involuntary. You don't mean to do it, but you did it. It's just one of those things. So it's kind of like, yeah, like when someone scares you and you involuntarily do something with your hands, that's what it's like. Except nobody's there scaring you. It just fucking happens. And yes, you did help me with my question. That was from B1387. Do you have any other questions on that topic? I know a thing or two about it, and I'm not embarrassed by the fact that I can talk about my ticking because I can do it, and I've done it more than one time. I've had live streams where I was ticking a lot. I mean, in my opinion, I was ticking a lot, but I mean, I don't know. Oh, Bernie Loff. Hi, Bernie Loff. 4.99. Thank you. Guess who's eating today? Who's eating today thanks to Walton's frozen pizza hack? Moi. Wait, were you not eating? Were you not eating? And then I went to Thursday. I did this last Thursday too. I got Buffalo Wild Wings. Same thing with the pizza. I got boneless wings is what it was, which isn't wings at all. So I got 60 of them, 60 boneless wings, all different kinds. And I ate 15 of them because there were 45 left. I counted. So I put the 45, I had to put them in aluminum foil and I put them into the freezer. And then when I want to eat them, I just pull them out. I'll put them in my air fryer for 350 for 8 minutes, which is the exact same temperature that I cook up my pizza in, which is 350 for 8 minutes in the air fryer. It's great. The air fryer is fantastic. I love the air fryer. I don't know how I lived without it. Well, I do know how I live without it. I used the fucking microwave for a long time to eat pizza. Man, microwave changes the consistency like considerably. Theo is light. Hi, Theo is light. Says my cat is watching you. Well, that's cool. I like cats. I've been a cat person my whole life until 6 years ago, and then I became a dog person because this dog here. And I had two dogs before this one right here, and I still thought of myself as a cat person, even though I didn't own a cat at the time. I just had a dog. I still thought I'm a cat person, and I have a dog. But no, now that I have this dog, I'm a dog person, and I love my other dogs. The first dog that I had was my first pet that I ever had. Love that dog. I grew up with that dog from like 0 to 7. So that was an important dog, but I still didn't consider myself to be a dog person. I considered myself to be a cat person. Anyway, Bernie Loff, thank you so much for the super. My tongue really hurts. Bernie Loss says 100% incredible, terrible in the microwave or reheated in any other way to be fair. To be fair. Well, I remember putting it in my oven, my actual oven. It's just that was such a pain in the ass. Like it felt like such a waste of energy. To cook up the whole oven for this little bitty thing here, and it wasn't as good because the air fryer gets it more crispy. Bro, the regular oven doesn't do that. Like frozen pizza in the oven's not that great. I've had it. Emily, hi Emily says, hey Walton, finally caught alive. Hope you're well. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't. Well, things are better right now. Things are actually better right now because I'm taking ADD medication, so my days are better. I'm coming off of it. I feel the crash. No, but the past 2 days I've been on generic Vyvanse, 50 milligrams each day, although my prescription is for 100 milligrams. I've only been taking half. So the ADD medication for my mental illness helps a lot. It helps considerably. There's no doubt. It does not stop the depression. The depression is still there. Depression is always there. Depression is like being tired. Whereas if your body is tired, whether you realize you're tired or not, you're going to feel the effects of being tired. They're going to affect you. So, but even if you feel like, no, I'm wide awake, you can feel wide awake all you want, but if you're tired, you're tired. That's how depression works. Whether you realize you have depression or not, it's there. It's just always there. So my depression is always there. But when I take the ADD medication, I'm less consciously aware of it, which is nice. I'm aware that I'm depressed because that's when you get super, you have chronic, lifelong, horrible depression where you have just terrible, terrible bouts of depression. You cannot stop thinking about it. It is just nonstop on your mind. So it's something that never ever leaves my thoughts. It's just I think about how depressed I am. It's just the way that it is. But when I take the ADD medication, those thoughts are more in and out. They're like in my head, they're out of my head, I'm thinking about something else. When I'm not on the ADD medication, those thoughts jump in and they linger. Anyway, that's well. I'm not. I'm not well. I'm very mentally ill, but things are tolerable, more tolerable, we'll say. And since I'm on the ADD medication, I'm gonna burp. I'm trying not to. Yep, I had chicken for dinner. Since I've been taking the ADD medication, I'm going to go to dinner on Saturday with my daughters and their boyfriends. And I've not met one of my daughter's boyfriends yet. She's been seeing him for months now, and I've not met him. I was supposed to meet him last weekend, but my mental health was in such a bad place. I didn't want to leave the house. It wasn't because I was meeting him. It was I didn't want to do anything. But since being on the ADD medication, I'm gonna say no. I'm going. But then Saturday is gonna come, and we'll see. I don't know. Like sometimes my anxiety can get out of control. I think temporary re-triggering. I I totally a possibility. What triggering? A totally a possibility, but it will depend on your healing. I think temporary re-triggering, I totally a possibility, but it will depend on your healing. That was from Bernie Love. I think temporary re-triggering, I totally a possibility, but it will depend on your healing. That's taken out of context, and I think some of those words are wrong. So I have no idea what's going on there. B1387 says, them as in ticks. What I believe I do are ticks is where I just jerk my head down into a hunchback look and my shoulders jerked level with the top of my head. I'm like, Liz? Ouch, man, that sounds like that would hurt. Like you're ducking, like someone threw something at your head from behind and you were ducking to get out of the way. Is that a defense maneuver? Is that something you do when you think shit's coming at you? This water is delicious. Bernie Law says, Walton, please read B1's message before mine for context. It was an important message for them. Is it possible for them to just not show up for a solid majority of my life, but after an event that happened involving emotional verbal abuse, for the chicks to show up and go away, even with that, for the chicks to show up and not go away even with happy? Yes. You're saying some. Yes, absolutely. You can have definitely you can have ticks on sudden onset ticking. Absolutely, yes. Based on some sort of traumatic event. Completely and totally, absolutely yes. Tics is a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Ticking is a symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. So yes, it can definitely happen, and it doesn't have anything to do with your overall being. If you're happy or sad or anything like that, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm happy or I'm sad. If I have a flashbacks come all the time. They come every single day, regardless, and I'm gonna have a verbal tick because of it. Doesn't matter what my emotional state is. My flashbacks do not care, nor do my verbal ticks. There are any ticks that I have. I mean, there have been times when I've had my kids over and I was very happy, and I'm talking to them, and all of a sudden my hands start doing some weird jerking shit. I have no idea why. It just does that. You know, probably some memory, something popped into my head, and then I have a reaction to it. But I'm happy my kids are here. I'm having a good time with my children. You know, and then all of a sudden I start ticking. That just happens. So yeah, that shit can happen. Sudden onset ticking. I don't know if that's actually what it's called, but that's a symptom of what? You only you would know. Kelly Biddle says, "Have you ever had a flash forward?" Kelly Biddle says, "Future memories." That's autism. Well, I'm not sure what you mean. I've had it where I've had I've had conversations with people, and then I have the conversations with them again, and I'm like, so I'm telling them like the things that they're about to say before they say it, and they're like, "How do you know that? Why do you keep doing that?" I'm like, Why does that keep happening?" I'm like, "We already had this conversation," and they're like, "No, you didn't." I'm like, "Yes, we did. You told me this, and now you're about to say this, and this, right?" And they're just like, "Wow." I have autism. Time moves a little bit screwy for me. And the thing is that you have to. There weird shit happens to me. Like for example, this I was doing a lot of drugs and I was doing a lot of drinking. But I remember one time I was going to a concert. I remember getting ready for the concert and I was drinking and doing drugs. And I had roommates. We were all going, so there people were meeting at our place. So there were people were showing up and we were all going to this concert. So I'm like, already under the influence and like heavily under the influence. I wasn't driving. So I'm like getting ready for the concert, and then all of a sudden, a moment later, I'm at home after the concert. Like all of a sudden, the sun was out, and now it's dark outside, and I'm like, well, shit, I must have blacked out the concert. That happens all the time. I used to drink a lot. Like, all right, so now I'm getting ready for bed, and then I like go to sleep, and all of a sudden, I'm at the fucking concert, and I'm like, this is weird. What I must have been daydreaming. What just happened? Did I fall asleep in the car on the way here or something? I dreamt about being home from the concert and going to bed, and then I'm at the concert and I get I'm drinking way too much while I'm there, and then I pass out at the concert, and when I wake up, it's morning time after the concert. Shit just kind of went. It goes out of order. I don't know if that qualifies as a future memory, but shit just comes at me out of order sometimes. So I don't know if that's future memories. I have a problem with multiple memories, that I have different memories of the same thing, and I just don't know which one is right. And like trying to remember stuff really sucks because I can remember two very crystal clear memories for something that only happened one time. And I'm like, wait a minute, one of these is real and one of them isn't, or both of them are not real, but they can't both be real. So I don't know what future memories is that a thing? Future memories? It can't be a memory if you haven't had it yet. Future visions? Futurama? Emily says, I have that same experience. Was it the one that I said? Theo's Light says you should look into the fifth dimensional point of view, time, orthogonal, and the collapse of the wave function along with Copenhagen interpretation. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of effort to do. I mean, it felt like it was a lot of effort just to read that, and I think I did it really well. I said all those words correctly, and despite not knowing what they all meant. But when it comes to the fifth dimension point of view, I have albums by the fifth dimension. They're like, oh, I think they were Motown from a long time ago, like the 70s. So the age of Aquarius. So I can just listen to the fifth dimension, will that do it? That's more my tempo, more my speed. Kelly Biddle says, for me it is. What is? Emily says yes. And then Kelly Biddle says, I have. I don't know what we're talking about now. This is not my hair. My tongue is really hurt. Like I just like dragging it on my teeth all day long, and now I've like hurt myself. Basil, did I close that? I hope I did. That's my basil right there. Can you read that? Basil, that's how you spell it. Oh man, I wish I wouldn't have I should have took my contacts out. Hold on. Magenta OG is what the name of that strain of basil is. And it's heavy indica leaning. Theo's Light says, imagine that time is not a straight line, but is more of a gelatinous ball, and you're able to transition through all possible space and time through conscious observation and intent. How about this? Here we go. Here's something that you can do as long as you won't try and disrupt the way it works. Because if you even think about disrupting the way that it works, it won't ever happen for you. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my pizza in the air fryer analogy. All right, so I get pizza out of my oven. I take pizza out of my freezer and I go to put it in my air fryer. And there's already pizza in my air fryer and it's hot. And I didn't cook it. It's just already got hot pizza in my air fryer. I have the same routine every day. I come home and I feed my dog, and then I put food in my air fryer for 8 minutes at 350, and then me and my dog go for a walk. So I'm like, okay, there's already food in my air fryer, and it's already hot, and I didn't put it in there. So I'm like, God, my cold food right here. I have to switch them out. I got to put the hot food on a plate, and then I got to put the cold food into the air fryer, and then I got to put the cold food in, and I got to hit the go button on it. It's the same food. So I've got 4 slices of pizza that I'm working with. It's the same food. It's just at 2 different times and places in the universe. So I've got my cold food right now, but so I take the hot food out and I got to put the cold food in and then I cook it. And I've had this happen more than one time where I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, this used to happen more often when I would microwave my food. But so when I would microwave, God, I hated eating the microwave. But I remember vividly happening, like so vividly one time, and I remember so badly wanting to disrupt the way the time works, but you can't do it. You just can't do it. Once you start down the path, you cannot disrupt this. Otherwise, you would have never started down the path. It's just the way the shit works. So it was I microwave, I put the food on a plate, and I opened up my microwave, and there's hot food in the microwave. I switched the plates out, closed the microwave and started it. And then I sat down and I ate my food. And the microwave is running while I'm eating my food. The microwave is cooking the food that I'm sitting at the kitchen table eating. Because I've already eaten it because it's already been cooked. And I wanted to get up and I wanted to go look in the microwave and watch and see what happened when that thing got all the way down to 0. Because I'm already eating the food that's in the microwave cooking, but I can't. But I want to. I know that I can't even look over there at the microwave. I have to keep looking forward. I was watching TV at the time, and I'm like, I just have to keep looking forward at the TV. And I hear the microwave running with the food in it that I'm eating at the table. But I know that if I look up, I can't even look over there. I have to, otherwise it wouldn't, it just shit wouldn't work. It's just the way that shit works. But what happens is after the microwave went off, then I would stand up and I would walk over to the microwave, opened up the door, and there's no food in there. And that has happened to me. That's happened more than one time, but one time it was so fucking crystal clear. I'm like, God, it's like all the other times it's happened, those memories are fuzzy now. But this one is just crystal clear in my head. Where I remember just sitting there and I wanted so bad to just watch the microwave when it got down to 0 to see what happened. I'm like, what the fuck happened here? Anyway, But if there's any way you're like, I'm going to get up there, I'm going to watch, I'm going to see what happens with that food. Well, if you're going to be the kind of person who's going to like, no, I'm not going to put the food back in the fridge. I'm going to keep both plates out, even though they're exact same food, exact same plate, just two different times, two different places in time and space. I'm like, I'm just keep them both out. I'm not going to cook that other one. Well, if you're even have that mentality, like you're not going to do it, then you're never going to have that situation happen. You have to let the events unfold. You have to. Otherwise, you won't be in a situation. You can't change it. You can't change what's coming. The future is set. In that situation, the future was set because I was reaping the benefits of jumping through time and taking shit out and putting it back. I could not go back and change things. Otherwise, it never would have happened in the first place. I don't know how that shit happens, but it's like it saves me. I don't remember how much time I took on the microwave. I forgot how long I used to cook it. But it saves me however long it took to cook the food in the microwave. I remember just sitting at my kitchen table wanting so bad to just turn my head and look back at the microwave. I could hear it. I could hear it cooking. And I heard it go ding. And then I turned around and I looked. Then I knew I could look. After it went ding, I knew I could look. But if I would have looked at all, then in that situation it wouldn't have happened. So I couldn't. I couldn't look. But God, I wanted to look. But I couldn't. And I equate that inability to just turn my head and look to some of the things that I have when it comes to mental illness. I'm just incapable of doing certain things. There's a mental block that I have. Like I have the facial hair that you have between your lip and your nose. I cannot call that by what it is on my face. I can call it by what it is on somebody else's face, but when it's on my face, it's a mental block that I have. I can't do it. Don't want to. So there's a name for facial hair that's between your lip and your nose. And I cannot call it that on my face. And I'm pretty sure that I have one. It's an M word. Like if this wasn't here, like there's a word for it. Yeah, where were we? B1387 says, wait, Wee Yin is here. Hi, Wee Yin. And then Bernie Loft says, hey, Sally, got you with my serotonin hit. LOL. Brandon Jillian Windsor says, we Yin, we're here to entertain. LOL, that's how we gain new converts. Haha. Vicky Lynn Cox says, hi everyone. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder, ADHD, and bipolar disorder. Nice. You got a great combination there. I don't have bipolar disorder. I have a monopolar disorder, which is I have depression. I have the one monopolar, so which is depression. I don't have the mania. I don't know that I've ever had mania. I mean, I want mania. I know mania is such a horrible thing to have. It is really bad. It's really disruptive. Depression is disruptive. Mania is hyper disruptive. It just is. It really sucks, and it takes a long time to recover from manic episodes. I know somebody who had bipolar disorder, and it was difficult to wait. Bipolar disorder or borderline personality disorder? What's BPD? Am I saying the wrong one? Fuck, no, no, no. Oh, no, I meant borderline. God damn it, Vicky Lynn Cox. I said the wrong one. Well, all right, borderline personality disorder. I don't know what that is. I can't speak intelligently on that. I was going to speak intelligently on bipolar disorder, but that's the wrong topic of discussion. Borderline personality disorder. I don't know what that is. I mean, I remember learning something about it, but I can't quite place it right now. I don't think I have it. No one's ever said that I had it. But I had dozens of therapists in my life. I got a lot of mental illness. I've had dozens of therapists in my lifetime, and none of them. There was one who briefly thought for one point in time that maybe I had autism, but all the other ones did not. And I was talking to my therapist at the last therapist that I had, who was a director of this office of therapists. There was a bunch of, and she was the director. And she started seeing patients again because there were so many patients available to see. So like I got this really important person who's like supposed to know their shit, right? And I'm like, I'm like talking. I'm like, well, I'm just, I thought I might have autism. And then she's like, no, I don't think you have autism. I definitely do have autism, but the reason that they didn't know I had autism was that when I get into therapy, it's the Walton show. I mean, I'm like this. I'm monologuing the whole time. It's not a dialogue, or it's barely a dialogue. I'm in there and I'm just throwing up all over the therapist, just word vomiting all over. I'm just bah. They're not like pulling things out of me or making it heavy. It's not a struggle for them to get me to talk. It's just not. I'm right there. Every question they ask, I have an answer that I can over answer every single question that they ask. So because of that, none of my therapists thought that I had autism. One of them one time said that I had thought that I had Asperger's syndrome, which is now called autism level one. But he like thought it for a while. But then I switched to another therapist. I'm like, yeah, my last therapist thought I had Asperger's syndrome, and the new therapist was like, no, no, you don't have Asperger's syndrome. And I'm like, all right, but it's like, so I'm just nonstop talking like I am right now. So it's hard to see that I have autism because I'm not dialoguing. When I'm dialoguing with someone, in my opinion, it's obvious I have autism. My hands are up like this, and I got T-Rex arms, and sometimes my fingers just like will lock into hard positions, while I'm talking to them. My hands are just up. That's a fucking symptom of autism right there, is that sort of thing. And then I don't make eye contact with people. I keep my distance from people. I have earplugs in all the time. When I'm at work, they're in the whole time that I'm there. All of those are common symptoms of autism. So I think I scream autism when other people are around. If people come up to me and talk to me, and I see that they're coming, I'll look at them when they're coming and they're talking to me. I'm not looking at them at all while they're talking to me. Ow. Anyway, so based on how I am with therapists, talking to therapists, they could easily not catch a lot of things that I have because I'm doing all the talking. I'm running the show. I am the one in charge. I get in there. I am setting the pace. I am the one that is determining how it goes and determining where it goes. I'm determining every single thing that happens in therapy. We don't go anywhere. Almost never did we ever go anywhere that I wasn't like, okay, let's go there. I wasn't never hesitant. Like whatever the therapist asked, I'm like, oh, okay, if this is an uncomfortable topic, let's just dive right in. That sort of thing. Let's see here. B137 says, and I'm sorry if that response wouldn't be deemed satisfactory as empathy. I don't do empathy well. What are we talking about? B1387 says, well, yeah, empathy. I struggle with it. That's autism. Another sympathy. Another symptom of autism. Empathy. Yeah, you can totally miss that shot. I definitely miss when people are angry at me. I just miss it. So I'm talking to somebody and they're angry, and I can all of a sudden I become aware that they're really pissed. I'm like, oh, you're mad. Damn right I'm mad. Well, I didn't know you were mad. My problem is I talk to people like the same way all the time. This is what I used to do. I talk to people the same way all the time, not adjusting for their mood. And not recognizing that people are in a shitty mood. So when you talk to them the exact same way that you do all the time, today it'll piss them off, whereas yesterday it did not. So you have to adapt for people's moods, and I don't do that so well. It's just not my thing. I just don't pay attention. I assume that if I talk to you one way today, I can talk to you that same way tomorrow, and everything will be fine because I have autism, and I assume that whatever you tell me is going on is what's going on forever until you tell me that it's changed. But that's not the way other people work. Other people are like, constantly changing things and just expect you to know that that thing has changed. And you're just like, no, I didn't know that. autism. I tell people all the time, I'm like, you this whatever we agree on is the way shit is forever until you say out loud that it's changed now. Man, people fucking struggle with that shit. They really struggle with that. It's like, no, this is the way things are. Whatever it is, it's this way always. Like, oh no, extenuating circumstances, something has changed. Well, you have to say, okay, there's extenuating circumstances, something has changed. And tell me before you make the fucking change. But no, people do whatever they want to do. Gotta love them free flowing thoughts and speech. True that about having to be a chameleon. Says Theo is light. What are we talking about? Wee In says, I do have the shakies, Vicky Lynn Cox, but I put that down to the amount of sugar, caffeine, nicotine coursing through my veins. LOL. The shakies? What kind of? The shakies. Sugar, caffeine, nicotine coursing through your veins. Wee In, I'm going to have to call bullshit on that one. Sorry, it's just the way that you wrote it. It didn't ring true. It says that you have, but you put it down to the amount of sugar, caffeine, and nicotine. That sounds like denial to me. Is that's what it sounds like, a hard case of denial that you know you're in denial about. It sounds like you're saying, yeah, my hands are shaking, or whatever part of you is shaking, probably your hands, because that just seems to be the thing. It's shaking because of the amount of caffeine and sugar and nicotine that I have, when in fact you know that it's not. I don't know that for sure. Just I read something into what you wrote, and I read it as something other than. It seems to me like, no, your hands are shaking. You know that they're shaking. You know that something else is going on. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I know that I've jumped to conclusions and gotten things wrong. This ponytail, like swinging behind my head, is really throwing me off when I see it. I gotta like move it. Like I'm turning my head like this, and I see it, and it really freaks me out. So we in what's going on with the shakies? Is it because do you really believe it's because of sugar, caffeine, and nicotine in your body, or do you think that it might be something else? And we're having a little bit of denial about it. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's see here. Vicky Lynn Cox says my head bobs up and down, throat, tongue, and neck twitching. I've got all kinds of mouth tickings here, but no, the neck twitching, no, and the head bobbing up and down, like beating to music kind of thing. So you have physical are those ticks. Do you have physical ticks? I have the mouth twitching one. Kelly Kelly Biddle says ataxia. That sounds like a mental condition. Ataxia. What's ataxia? It's the word taxi with A and A between two A's. Wayne, what happened to you? I hope you're still there and I didn't piss you off. Why do you have the shakies? Wayne, what's going on? What's really going on? Meds can cause or meds can cause or neuro issues. Or neuro issues? I know meds can cause neuro issues. Meds can cause every issue. Bernie Lau says, I love Wee Yin, just saying. I'm pretty sure we all love Wee Yin. I don't know that anybody here is saying that they don't. Vicky Lynn Cox is my blood pressure is out of whack, and I have mega stress overload from August to about December. Instead of my body taking the stress, it went to my brain. That sucks. Wee Yin says it's a fact of that. I think Anyway, I think, anyways, as I get dizzy when I stand up too quickly. No doctor seems worried about the partial vision blackout I get. Whoa, we just missed problems in Glasgow, lol. I used to have anwatisa. I don't know what that is. Anwatisa? You stand up too quickly, like do you lose your peripheral vision? Like you can feel that like the darkness comes sometimes. And you know that if you just wait a second, it'll clear up. But sometimes I'm familiar with this. But sometimes the darkness comes all the way and all of a sudden takes away your vision completely. And then the next thing you know, you're laying on the floor. Brandon Julian Windsor says, ask your doctor if ataxia is right for you. What's ataxia? What is ataxia? Or and then Vicky Lynn says ataxia? Let's see here. Bernie Loft says, "Oh, I know. I felt compelled to declare. Oh, the I love Wei Yin thing." Vicky Lynn Cox says, "Finally saw the doctor. Nice. That's fantastic. Hopefully, we got some good." Oh man, there's some hair sticking out the side. I don't like that shit at all. What were we saying? B1387 says, I don't love Wei Yin because I'm surprisingly taken but deeply appreciative of Wei Yin's existence, although I do not know them on a personal level. On a personal level. We can, I don't know, is that agape? Agape love, the love for community, humanity, people in general. Man, I was blowing out smoke that whole time. Vicky Lynn Cox says, OMG, same. What are we saying? Oh, same about. And Vicky Lynn Cox says, do you feel your head pressure is off? I have felt my head pressure was off many times. I normally notice that when it feels like I feel like in my ears, and then I feel like all of a sudden, like the sound and the around me changes. Like I'm listen, like the sounds change. Wee In says yes, Walton to me. That is. How did you know that? Oh shit, I lost it. How did you know that? I thought it was being anorexic causing it. Wait, hold on, causing what? The vision? The vision thing? Wait, hold on, is that what we're talking about? I lose my train of thought. I use drugs. Basil? This is bothering me. The vision thing, though, you lose your peripheral vision, and it goes like this. I've had this problem where I remember having that problem before, where all of a sudden my peripheral vision just it goes out, and sometimes I've lost my vision completely. It's just been gone, and it's like completely blacked out. But I didn't lose consciousness, but my vision had blacked out. And I noticed it because somebody was showing me something at the time and I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything. And I'm like, hold on one second. Because I was familiar with my eyes doing this from time to time. But I'd never, that was the first time that it completely took all of my vision away. But there's been times that I like stood up too quickly and then my peripheral vision, like it starts to go away and then it starts to disappear like black out and then it just goes back real quick and then I'm okay. Sometimes I just gotta stand there for a second and just wait for it to go back. I don't want to start walking because then I might walk into something because I've done that because my peripheral vision disappeared. But there's been times that I stood up and then all of a sudden my peripheral vision it's like I feel it and I'm like oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and all my vision is completely gone and then I'm passed out. I haven't had that in a actually I haven't had that in a while. I don't even know how long, but I remember I used to have that. I had that when I was a kid. Have I had that since I was a kid? I haven't had that recently. I want to say decades. How do I fucking remember that? I remember trying to explain that to somebody else when I was a child and then having no fucking idea what I was talking about. I was talking to an adult, and sometimes when children are trying to communicate important things to adults, the adults don't listen in any way, shape, or form. And that sucks when you really need them to pay attention to you. Like you're saying that you have a fucking problem and they just don't get it. I remember trying to explain that I was having flashbacks, horrible memories that were coming back. And when I was a young child, I'm like, I keep having these memories, these thoughts, these things that are keep popping into my head. And I was trying to explain to the adults in charge of me that there's something wrong with me, but I didn't have the vocabulary to say there's something wrong with me. I was trying to say that I've got these memories that are coming into my head, and they're flashbacks, and I'm like I couldn't describe what was going on, but what was going on was I was having a physical reaction. I was having horrible reactions, and like these things happen, I can feel it, literally bringing me down. I feel like I'm in a certain kind of mood, and then these things pop into my head. I'm just like, and all of a sudden I'm a different person. And I was trying to explain that to an adult. And literally, this is what this adult said to me multiple times that I tried to breach this problem. They said, well, just try not to think about it. And that was it. Problem dismissed. So it's like, try not to think about it. So I'm having these horrible memories going through my head, which was causing depression. And I was aware that depression was happening. I knew instantly that I had depression when I realized what depression was. When depression was explained to me, I'm like, fuck. That sums up a lot of things right there. So I knew I had depression. So me having this thing going on, right? Sometimes I'm like having a good mood, I'm doing something, everything's great, and all of a sudden, horrible memory pops into my head, and it's like it's just instantly down. Like I'm happy and smiling, like this. People have commented like, "What up? What's up with you? What just happened? What happened with you?" And it's like, and you're trying to describe the things that are going on in your mind, and literally someone says, "Try not to think about it." So I've got horrible flashbacks. I've got horrible depression, and I'm trying to discuss the fact that I have both of these things and the effect they're having on me. But I'm a child talking to adults who could care less, who didn't think I had any real problems. So their solution to depression and flashbacks was try not to think about it. So in my child mind, I'm doing just that. I'm doing exactly what I'm being told to do. I didn't dismiss this as stupid. What they were saying was stupid, and they should not have said that in any way, shape, or form. They should have done better. But in my child's mind, I'm like listening to them, like, okay, they know what they're talking about. So I'm gonna try not to think. I'm gonna try not to have flashbacks and try not to think about the fact that I have depression. Neither of those things work. So the fact that the depression was still there and I kept thinking about it, and the flashbacks were still there and I couldn't stop them, I thought that I had failed based on the advice that I was given. I was given advice to not think about it, and I couldn't stop. I was thinking about it, and that really bothered me that I couldn't follow this instruction. I thought that if I just followed this instruction, everything would be fine. These two things would go away if I would just follow this one instruction. Because I went to the people for help that were supposed to help me. This is what they said I needed to do, so I'm doing just that. But I wasn't doing. I was trying to just not think about it, but it didn't work. I kept thinking about it. So I think I'm failing, I'm failing because I'm thinking about these things and I can't stop thinking about it. And the solution is to just stop thinking about it, not realizing that was a ridiculous circular argument. But I was a child, I didn't understand. So that is what has partially led to I have imposter syndrome, which is where I diminish my own accomplishments where because I thought I was a failure at this thing. So I kept thinking I was failing so bad at this one thing because this was destroying my childhood. The flashbacks and the depression was really bad as a kid. Like I'm thinking back on it, it's like wow, it was bad. So anyway, so I'm like, I think I'm a huge failure. I'm a huge failure, and I kept going back to the people who were supposed to help me, and they kept saying, "You're not. You just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. Try not to think about it." Is all they kept saying, not recognizing that I had a serious medical issue. It was the '80s. there was not a lot known about depression. I was just seen as being lazy and all kinds of other things. But man, there were times, I mean, they were visibly of something was visibly wrong with me because people were commenting on it. They're like, what's up with you?" And then I'm like trying to explain it, and they're just not listening at all. It's like, no, that's not it. You're just being this other way. Okay. Kelly Biddle says your grandpa was the same way. My grandpa? Did you know my grandfather? I miss my grandfather. He died in 2015, late 2015, so that was 9 years ago. I miss my grandfather all the time. I realized something here, and I hope I don't sound like I'm full of myself here, but I was looking for a reason to live. I have serious chronic depression. I have the ideation. The ideation you're not supposed to talk about on live streams, but the one where you want to end yourself, it's a problem. So you look for fucking anything at all to hang on, to cling on to. I have kids, that helps. But I have my grandfather. My grandfather was my best friend, and I used to go to his house every day after my grandmother died. I would go to his house every day after I got off work, and he and I would just sit and chat for hours every day. And I realized that it was a need that I had to go talk to my grandfather. It was a need. And I realized at some point, I'm like, no, I need to talk to my grandfather. I need to talk to my grandfather. And it was suggested to me that I not talk to my grandfather as much by other people in my family. They no longer are, fuck them. That I was seeing him too often. I was seeing him every day. And so I like a dumbass, I listened to their advice. I wish I wouldn't have done that. But I realized that when I wasn't there, I'm like, I have this need. I have a need to talk and spend time with my grandfather. It was a need that I had. And so I was like, oh, okay. So I recognized that at the time. But I was playing video games with my daughter's boyfriend, and he said something along the lines. This was a long time ago, and I'm just realizing what he said. This was months ago. He said something on the lines of, "My daughter has a need to talk to me about stuff." He said it in passing, something like that in the verbiage, and it clicked with me later that these two things at the same time I didn't recognize, that I had a need to talk to my grandfather. That I remember. And then my child has a need to talk to me. So those two things clicked, and now I'm looking at it from my child's point of view. Like I had a need to talk to my grandfather. I still do to this day. My grandfather has died. I can't talk to him. I'm gonna start crying. My daughter if my daughter has a need to talk to me and I'm not here, she will feel the same way that I do about my grandfather not being here, because it's hard not having my grandfather here. I've got certain problems and issues that I know my grandfather could clear up pretty quickly. So I wish my grandfather was here. I got issues with other people who are blood relatives that are, at one time I called them family, and I will never call them family again. If my grandfather was here, he would fix that. Because I am very, very sure my grandfather would side with me. He would get everybody's side of the story, and he would side with me. He was one of those people. He was impartial, but he didn't, like, everybody else views me as just the bad guy or the problem child, because I had undiagnosed autism as a child. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder happened when I was a child. And then, and the thing about complex post-traumatic stress disorder is when that shit happens, that gives you the complex post-traumatic stress disorder, even after that shit is done, just normal living through life can make your complex post-traumatic stress disorder worse. It's like little things to regular people can be traumatic to people who are already traumatized. So having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, little things can be big things, and it's just something that you can't understand if you don't have it, if you don't get it, because other people are saying things like, this is no big deal, why are you responding this way? It's like, you just don't, because you don't understand that it is a big deal. Like, people standing too close to me, I can freak out about that shit. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't like people standing too close to me, and people are like, why are you freaking out? You shouldn't be freaking out about this. It's not that big of a deal. Well, it's not that big of a deal to you, but to somebody like me, it is a big deal. Somebody standing too close to me can bother me for hours after it's over. Hours. I'm still bothered by the fact that they were standing too close to me. And if I have to say something to them about them standing too close to me, that will bother me for the rest of my life. Now, I will think about the fact that I had to say something to somebody about them being too close to me, and that was an uncomfortable conversation, and I will relive that uncomfortable ability forever. It'll just pop into my head from time to time. That the fact that I had to say something, that I had to have an uncomfortable conversation with somebody, and that uncomfortableness amplifies throughout the years. It just gets worse. So when I relive that moment, that uncomfortable is just, it's worse than it was when it actually happened. And there's nothing you can do to fucking stop that. It's just the way shit is. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder is horrible. It's a fatal mental illness. It kills you and it kills you and it just keeps killing you. There's only one way to kill it, but you gotta go to. I don't need this. Do I? Somebody's snoring. I don't know if you can hear him, but it's adorable. Kelly Biddle says, I can leave if you want. No, who's telling you to leave? Is someone telling you to leave? What happened? Did I tell you to leave? I didn't tell anybody to leave. I don't tell anyone to leave. That's not true. I have told people to leave, but I haven't told anybody to leave today. What's going on? Vicky, should I read the comment? Vicky Lynn Cox says to weigh in, but now it's more manageable, question mark. Interesting. And then Vicky Lynn Cox says at Kelly Biddle. And Vicky Lynn Cox says no. And then why? Question mark. Yeah, I agree. Why? Why are you saying I can leave if you want? What now I'm did I do something? What did I do? Did I say something? I hope I didn't say anything. I have a stammer. I'm stammering. Did I say something? Are you already gone? I don't want to upset you. Me? What me? Don't worry about upsetting me. What did you do that upset me? Did you think you did something to upset me? You might have talked about something that might have had me talking about something else, but no, oh no, you haven't done anything to upset me. I'm already upset. I'm upset all the time. Anyway, no, I'm wait, upset. You didn't mean me, right? You mean upset you, but you said you. Who's you? Am I you, or is somebody else you? Upset who? I'm terrible at reading between the lines. So am I, Vicky Lynn Cox. I don't know. I don't know who you is. I thought it was me at first, but then I thought about it more. I'm like, wait a minute, am I you, or is somebody else here you? Kelly Biddle, we need some hard autistic clarification on this one, and I really need you to spell it out for me. Who are you mad at? Who do you think's upset? Walton about Grandpa. Oh, okay, all right. No, I miss my grandfather. I miss him all the time, like all the time. I think about him all the time. I wish he was still here. No, you didn't upset me at all. No, that nothing. You have said nothing that's upset me. I I wouldn't tell you. I'm not shy and I'm not gonna beat around the bush. If you said something that I think even you might be like, wait a minute, hold on. No, I'm going to be all over that shit. I'm not gonna just let shit slide. I don't do that. And you can, yeah, like I let some shit slide where people say things like bad things about me, and I can let some of that slide. But when people say bad things about other people commenting, I can't let that slide. That can't happen. So no, if there was any kind of problem, I would start saying things like, "All right, if you don't stop, I'm gonna put you in a timeout," which I've done. I haven't put anybody in a timeout in a while, but some people suck. There's been twice now when I'm like I'll get up in the morning because I live stream while I'm sleeping, and then I'll get up in the morning and I'll read the comments, and there's been two different times somebody spelled out one letter at a time spelled out some horrible stuff because it'll get past YouTube's filters if you put one letter at a time. And then when I report it to YouTube, I'm just reporting one letter because it's just one letter per comment, but they're writing stuff out. But I report them anyway. Why am I talking about that? I lost my train of thought. My tongue really hurts. Like I really hurt my tongue. Yeah, I can feel that. That's painful. I wish I had more water. I feel dehydrated. Wean says, I see things in my mind's eye. Vicky Lynn Cox, I never understand. Oh, son of a bitch. That seemed interesting and then it fell off the screen. Hold on, I got it here. I never understood what it was, but it was weird how many things I saw actually happen. It's like a memory from the future that I've not experienced yet. Well, are we talking about the future memory things? I've had numerous solid visions of things that were going to happen in the future. Very few of them ever actually came true. But I've had crystal clear visions of things. I'm like, oh, this is what's going to happen. And then it didn't happen. And I'm like, no, that's not right. So I know that there's been times that I've imagined things that were going to happen that did happen. I just can't think of any of them right now, which leads me to believe that maybe I didn't have anything happen. I remember like thinking, man, I really want to hear this song and be listening to the radio, and then the song would start playing, and I'm like, wow, did I make that happen? Or did I like just hear the beginning of the song and think of the song really quickly and think, I want to hear this song, and then I'm like, oh no, they're gonna play it. Wow, I need to breathe in more when I'm talking. Holy crap. I'm rambling a lot here. Yeah, my amount of air going in versus my amount of air coming out was not in sync. B1387 says, guess who's back? Is it Slim Shady? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? No. I wish I had some water here. I wish my contacts were not in my eyes. They're making me feel squinty because my eyes feel dry. This one's starting to hurt. Vicky Lynch Cox says from the shower, like back from the shower. Wee In says for me, it's like a real playing in my mind, a film I've not seen, and I'm in it as the viewer, and the scenes is me, and they do happen almost as I saw them. Interesting. Is there any way to use that to your advantage? I would guess no, because that's not the way the universe works, in my understanding. Like your knowledge of future events is trivial. Let's see here. Vicky Lynn Cox says woot woot. B1387 says sadly it's not Slim Shady. If it is a tired young man who regrets many things. Yeah. So I've been told that, in your early days, you regret the things that you didn't do. Or you regret the things that you did, but when you get older, you like on your deathbed, you regret the things you didn't do. And I've got complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I regret both. I regret the things I've done, and I regret the things I have not done. I've got both, and I regret them intensely to the point that these things keep popping into my head over and over and over. I don't have good thoughts that pop into my head. It's almost all bad. I like my grandfather. He's good. What? Oh, my tongue really hurts, man. Oh, okay. Okay, here. Kelly Biddle says nope. Vicky Lynn Cox says I've been having repetitive, vivid dreams. Of what? Like, quickly summarize that. Not the long version. Sometimes people talk about their dreams, you get the long version. Kelly Biddle says can't do nothing. Can't what? Can't what? Vicky Lynn Cox says a village somewhere. What's a village somewhere? Wait, Wee says I saw my now partner. I saw my firstborn child. I saw a house I moved into. There's a lot of freaky stuff I cannot explain. You saw the house you were gonna move into? That's pretty cool. Wait a minute, hold on. I saw my mailbox. I vividly saw what my mailbox was going to years before I had it. What my mailbox was going to look like. My mailbox is well, I can describe it to you. It's all like imagine it's all glass block is what I did. So I made a mailbox of all glass block, just the square, up top, rectangular, up top, high, all glass block. And then I had these cornerstones, which was a stone that the big old notch was taken out. It's like it looked like they were you would put them on the corner of walls, like there's stones there. So I have these like corner cut stones that I put up in all four corners of this, and then I have lights inside of here, and I have the numbers on the side, and then I have the mailbox, and I can vividly saw this thing, this mailbox thing that I had to make, and I eventually did. But the problem was I couldn't envision the top on the thing. I envisioned the walls and the mailbox itself, but I had no clue what the top looked like. And I still to this day have no idea what the top of this mailbox is supposed to look like, but I vividly saw what the mailbox was supposed to look like. So my mailbox is all glass block with these like brick looking things on rocks on the side of it in the corners. And then I also have lights inside of it. I like it a lot. It cost me Well, that's just the thing. I'm not sure how much it cost me because I have multiple memories of how much money it cost me. So it was anywhere. It's like 1,200, but it wasn't 1,800. That's too high. I think it was $1,200 is what it cost me, like in materials alone to make this thing. It was a lot. I don't remember how many glass blocks are in it, but it's a lot. It's like rows of three, three, and three, five high, 15, 50, 60. I think there's 60 in there. I think that's right. So I think it's 60 blocks, and I think they're $5 each. I don't remember. I put 9 bags of concrete in there. Lots of silicone. I had to put these. So for the glass block, you have to get these like plastic tracks that you have to put between the glass blocks. You got to put these spacers. They got to put between them that hold them all in place, and you got to put it all together. And these fucking tracks cost a whole crap load of money. Like they suck you in because the glass blocks, the glass stuff itself is not terribly expensive, but all the other stuff you need, like if you wanted to put mortar between your glass, I didn't use mortar. I used silicone. But if you wanted to put mortar between them, you got to get these like metal frames that go between your glass blocks that hold the mortar in place so that you can stack your shit up. But now I still have these like plastic tracks that are between the glass blocks to hold them all in place. I don't remember how much those things were, but they seemed like they were a lot because they're like you bought them in 4 foot strips, and I needed one between every single one of those blocks, and there's 60 of them, 8 inches around. I don't know how much. I can't math that, but it was a lot. My tongue really hurts. Glasgow, Scotland for me, Vicky Lynn Cox. B1388 from that says we in said that, and then B1387 says how late it is for you, we in. And then Vicky Lynn Cox says got it, Canada. Canada. I'm in America. Do I sound American? I think I sound and talk American. I think I have an American accent, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it would be difficult to place exactly where I'm from based on how I talk, like in America. There's different accents for different parts of the United States, depending on where you are. People talk differently. I'm from St. Louis, which is the middle of the country, and most people who are like sports announcers and like newscasters are from like nationwide ones are from the middle of the country because they have the least amount of accent when they talk American. So that's where I'm from. So I don't know how much of an American accent I have. There's a bunch of American accents, but American people definitely talk a certain way. We are American. Kelly Biddle says I like working with my hands. Me too. I'm a fan of working with my hands. I'm a carpenter and a cabinet maker. I'm not a union cabinet maker. I am a union carpenter. It's the same union. It's just that one's designated one thing, one's designated another thing. And the pay is different. Which one pays more? Carpenters. When it comes to union jobs for building your typical house, like a home, a residential home, all the different union jobs that there are involved in making a home, like there's plumbers and electricians, and there's drywallers, there's painters, there's the guys who pour the concrete, there's the roofers. Lots of different unions all involved in making the one thing here. Who gets paid the most? The carpenters. The carpenters make more than all of the other ones make. So if you're going to go into a union or you're going to go into a trade, carpentry pays more than plumbing. It pays more than electrical. Like when they have the guys who do the windows, just all these different companies that are involved in. When you have a union-made house, there's a lot of different unions that are involved, and they don't overlap. There's definitely a this is your job, this is our job kind of thing. Like I had to install an ironing board. An ironing board kit is what it's like, a wall mounted ironing board is what it was, and I had to install this wall mounting ironing board. It had like all the bells and whistles. This wasn't a multi-million-dollar house. It was a serious thing, but it was just designed to fold up against the wall and come down. And then it had electricity running in it. It had like outlets in it for your iron. It had all these little places to store stuff. It just needed to be mounted into the wall. That's what carpenters do. And it needed two wire nuts to put the thing together. Everything was right there to put the thing together, and all I had to do was just screw these wire nuts on, and they were there. And I didn't do it because that's the electrician's job. And if I would have, like, the same thing would have been in my house, I would have just put them on. It would have been no big deal. But no, I'm not screwing those things on because that's a different union, and you don't step on their toes. There's also laborers. The laborers are there also. Oh, and that's another union, the laborers union. So when you have the carpenters, you have the laborer. They're hired by the same company. There's always more carpenters than there are laborers. And the laborers union, that one is a wide job description when it comes to laborers. You could be doing any number of things as a laborer. Carpenter, you're going to be doing carpentry. Vicky Lynn Cox says, yup, B1387. Kelly Biddle says, gonna get laid off because politics. Bummer. Hope you didn't work for like the Kamala Harris campaign. Yeah, you're getting laid off. Buy book and picket union. Buy book and picket union. Would you like buy a book because you want to read it while you're picketing the union? Not, no, not me. Union work. Oh, I'm currently not working as a union carpenter, so I don't know if carpenters are. No, carpenters will never get laid off. Carpenters were not affected by COVID. There was no point in time that the carpenters were ever shut down. It was just not happening. My company that I worked for shut down, but when it came to the carpenters in general, we kept right on going right through COVID. We were essential personnel. There was just no doubt about it. Carpenters had to keep going because you needed shit. So all these essential things like plumbers had to keep going, electricians had to keep going because if you're in your house and you all of a sudden have no plumbing, you need a plumber. Shit. My roach went out. Anyway, so but I did get laid off at just the right time. For I was laid off during the Trump administration, so during COVID, I got laid off for 9 months, and that's when there was extra unemployment out there. So you got unemployment was $300 and something a week. So that's not a lot. But that's how much unemployment paid when you had unemployment. That's what it paid, 318. I don't remember what the fuck it was. But when during COVID, you got an extra $600 a week if you were collecting unemployment. So I got 900 and something dollars every week from the governor because I was collecting unemployment because I was laid off. So that's a full paycheck right there. I can live on $900 a week for the rest of my life. I mean, not with inflation, but $900 a week, I can live on that. So I was in no hurry to go back to work at that point in time. I was like, man, $900 a week, that's fucking great. That's awesome stuff right there. And I had it for like 9 months. I got 9 months of because you got when you got laid off during COVID, you were laid off for longer than the normal time. Like it was supposed, I don't know what it is, 6 months. Like you only collect unemployment for so long, and then you had to stop. But when COVID happened, they extended that period because so many people were laid off. The company that I used to work for, when COVID was hitting, I switched companies. I started did one another thing, but I was switched to a union carpenter. Before that, I worked for a company that bought and sold new and used home and office furniture, home office and home office furniture. And and I was telling them for years. I was there for years, like 6 years. I was telling them from the very beginning, why are we not renting office furniture? We need to rent office furniture. We need to get on that because there's so much money in rental. And it's so fucking easy once you get some of these companies, especially the larger companies, when they start renting furniture, they fucking forget that they're renting furniture. They just forget. There's just somebody there who pays this bill every single month, and they just know to pay it. It's just one of those things. They start that job of paying bills, and they're just like, here's a list of the bills that you just automatically pay. And then they just get into that groove and they just automatically pay these bills, and nobody checks on this because the company's so big. So they're like renting furniture, and literally everybody forgot that they were renting furniture. They think they own it, they've had it for so long. But nope, they're still renting it and they don't even fucking realize it. And so when COVID hit, that company was shut down because they were buying and selling office furniture. They tried to get opened back up as an essential business, people needing office furniture, and then it's a pretty good argument because people need home office furniture is what they needed. When COVID hit, people needed home office furniture and they needed it desperately because people were now working from home. Yeah, so that's I think that was the selling point because they eventually did get opened up earlier than other businesses were opened up. But they weren't in the rental business. If they had been in the rental business, they would have been still sitting pretty because it didn't matter if COVID hit or not. If you were renting, you still had to pay rent. Anyway, I remember bringing that up when COVID hit. I remember talking to somebody, one of the higher ups that worked there. I'm like, I told you for years that you should have got into rental. I told you. I told you. In the middle of COVID right now, you get all kinds of. They lost so much fucking money when COVID hit that it's like if their sales are going up, it's like. I'm like, I was right there to say, I told you so. I fucking told you so. Should fucking got into rental. Why didn't you fucking listen to me? Because you still would have been making money. But no, nobody listens. I worked for a company that rented home furniture, home and home office furniture, out to people, and then but they also rented off a home office furniture too. They rented whatever furniture they had. They would rent whatever it was. But they one time they realized they were going through some of their accounts and they realized that somebody had been renting furniture from them, office furniture, for 10 years. 10 years they've been renting office furniture. Like the owner of the company that I was working for, when he bought the company, there was already people who were renting furniture, and he'd owned the company for like 6 years, and he just never knew about these accounts that were open because they just came when he bought the company. They just that just carried over. So he was just going through all these ones, and these people have been renting the office furniture for 10 fucking years. So we're like trying to imagine the money. It's like $1,000 worth of office furniture that they had paid $10,000 for. That kind of thing. Although that's not the dollar amounts, but that's what had happened. It was like 10 times more than it was worth. They had been paying to rent this office furniture, and they were still doing it. And the boss is debating on just calling them and saying, "Hey, you can have the furniture now because you don't have to. You've long since paid for it." And I'm like, "Don't do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to bring it to their attention that they've been renting furniture for 10 fucking years because they're gonna be like, well, wait, why did we pay all this money all this time? You should have contacted us sooner." And they're going to be upset with you. Just fucking let it go until somebody else realizes it and then work something out then. But I'm like, don't say anything. But this was that we went back and forth about it, me and the owner of the company, and then he eventually decided that he was going to give them the furniture for free. And sure as shit, everything happened out. It just played out exactly the way that I said it would. That they're all of a sudden like, oh wow, thank you so much for giving me the furniture. Wait, how long have we been renting it? And he's like 10 years. And you're like, well, wait a minute. And they're like looking at their bill and they're like, you can like, not that you can hear the adding machine going in the background, but you fucking know that they're doing the math. They've got I've been paying this much a month for 10 years now. And you can't help it. I'm going to work out the math on there. Like, holy shit, we paid so much money. Now I'm upset with you. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We want some of that money back, that kind of thing. I don't know. They said they wanted that money back, but it's like you shouldn't have brought that shit to their attention. In my opinion, you shouldn't have brought that shit to their attention. Because that's the goal. The goal is to get people to rent stuff and then forget that they're renting it. That's the goal. when COVID hit, I went a little bit insane. Well, maybe a lot of insane. Everybody went insane at COVID time. I started finding these online auctions and I started bidding on shit on online auctions and I started buying all kinds of insane shit. Just dumb shit. Like I have hundreds of cans of spray paint. So I was getting them for like $1, like Rust-Oleum. Like this stuff, $7, $8 at the hardware store. I was getting it for $1 a can. I've got so many different colors. My daughters and I have painted so much with spray paint. We have painted so many different things. Because I had it. I'm like, my God, I got so much spray paint. Let's just go paint all kinds of shit. We're artistic people. We do stuff. So I was running out of space in my house to put shit. I needed storage because my basement was so cram packed full of stuff. It still is. It's got a lot of crap down there. I sold a lot of that shit. But anyway. So I was like, well, I need to do something. So I'm like, I was gonna buy a shed and I was gonna put it in my driveway and I was gonna put shit in my shed. And it was strongly suggested to me that I should get one of those little rent a storage units and just have that sitting in my driveway. That would be less expensive, is what I was told. And if someone was really trying to push us one of those little storage units, you just put that in your driveway and just use that. And I'm like, those things are like $200 a month. Well, I think it was like $250. And I was like, I can just buy a shed that's the same size for $500 a month. Well, that's like twice as much as what they're arguing. I'm like, yeah, but I'm gonna rent it with the box for more than 1 month. I've had this shed for I want to say like 5 years now, and I look at it every once in a while, looking at this shed, going, I'm not. I've paid the $500 for the shed one time, and I've not paid another dollar on that shed. And I look at it, and I'm like, that this motherfucking asshole person who was in my life at that time was strongly pushing me to rent one of these storage boxes to put in my driveway, which I would have been paying $250 a month on for years. God, man, that was insane to me. But wait, it wasn't $250 a month. It might have been $250 a year. Hold on. I don't know if that's right or not, but $250 a year, and I've had it for, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. So why would it be $250 a month? That seems really high. $250 a year. That might be right. Hold on. I'm mathing wrong. This is weird. My eyes really hurt. My tongue hurts. I'm thirsty. I probably should eat something. I had a very salty dinner. There was a lot of salt on the food that I ate. That's just the way it came. My eyes hurt. Did I say that yet? My eyes hurt. Oh man, hold on. Boom. Look at that shit right there, man. Clear eyes. Contact relief. Oh yeah. Get in there. Ah. It's in, man. It's fucking in, man. It burns a little. I don't think it's supposed to burn. Okay. I still want water, though. Now things are weird. I can now see more clearly. I don't like that. I don't want to see my house. It's a mess. This is my house. This is your house. This is your house. Just calm down. If I live like this is your house. Yeah, but why are things like this? Just, it's fine. Just leave it alone. Calm down, you'll acclimate. Alright. I don't like this, though. We none of us like it. Okay. So I'm kind of messy. Things are kind of messy and not organized, and I don't like it. I wish things were more organized. There's a lot of little things that need tweaking, adjustment, realignment, that kind of thing. Things are kind of all over the place, but there's so fucking much. I'm all overwhelmed about it. Like when I go to do one thing, I'll see six things, and then I'll do no things. I need to get some water though. I really do. Maybe I'll get some milk. That sounds delicious. I have chocolate syrup to put in my milk. When I went to the grocery store, I brought strawberry syrup, I bought caramel syrup, and I bought chocolate syrup, all Hershey's. And I went through the strawberry one really, really fast. And I'm like, well, fuck, man, I should have bought two of the strawberry ones, but no, I bought two of the Hershey's chocolate syrup ones. I bought one of the caramel sauce one. But I've already gone through. Well, I've got enough. I've just finished the one chocolate syrup today. But I wish I had another strawberry syrup one. I could just go to the grocery store and get another one. I'm not gonna do that. I got agoraphobia. But I could. It's only 8:20. It's not like that's late. I could easily just stand up, put some fucking shoes on, even though I have my Captain America pajama pants on. I really don't care what people think about me. I look disheveled. And I could just go to the grocery store, get some syrup, and I can be back in 20 minutes at the minimum. I think I've made it back in faster time than that because I timed myself because I wanted to get out and get back in fucking quick. But I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I'm just because I'm mentally ill, I know I'm not going anywhere. But I can make up excuses, rational excuses in my mind that will just say, oh, that's a good reason for not going. Like my driveway is not shoveled. I mean, I've got two tracks that are just enough for me to get my car up there and down, although it's difficult to get back down. But I have to drive up to the street from my garage. So my driveway is not shoveled. So that's the excuse. Like, oh, I'm not going to go to the grocery store because my driveway is not shoveled. That's what I think in my head. That's the thoughts I think in my head. I don't say those thoughts out loud because I know they're ridiculous. I'm saying them out loud because I'm doing a live stream. But in my head, this is when I just thought of that a minute ago, and I was like, well, I could go to the grocery store, but I'm like, oh wait, the driveway is not shoveled. I'm like, yeah, that's a good enough reason. That's what I'm thinking in my head, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna say this out loud, and I'm like, man, that's so dumb. That's just so dumb. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it because that's what I do. But that's my reason. Like, oh yeah, I don't want to go through the trouble of going up there, just because the driveway is all messy. It's gonna make a loud scraping noise when the snow hits the bottom of my car. And I don't want that, so no, I'm not gonna go to the grocery store. Although I wouldn't mind having ice cream right now, but I have that craving all the time where I have a craving for something, some other kind of food. I have brownies. I got a craving for brownies all the time. Cookies, I like soft cookies. I don't like hard cookies. But all the time, I've got craving for cookies, for brownies, and for ice cream all the time. But it's something that I know I'm not gonna act on it. I know I'm not gonna go anywhere to get these things because I have done that before. And I made it. I'm like, I'm gonna go get some cookies. I'm gonna go get a brownies. I'm gonna get ice cream. But then when I actually have it and I'm actually eating it, I'm like, yeah, I didn't need to do this. It's just my idea of it sounds so good in my head, and then when I actually have it, it's not that great of an idea. I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't what I really wanted. I gotta be careful with all that stuff too. Brownies and cookies and ice cream, those things like that, those are ready to eat foods. Brownies and cookies and ice cream, and those are dangerous for somebody like myself because I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I've got eating issues. I got issues when it comes to eating, all kinds of them. I don't know if I have disorders or not, but I got issues when it comes to eating. And when I want to eat food with no, I don't want to prepare food. I don't want to anywhere prepare them. I just want to consume food with doing nothing. Like I'm gonna pull it straight out of the pantry. I just want to fucking eat it. Like even putting chips into dip is too much fucking work. I can eat chips straight because those are ready to eat food. So like cookies and brownies and ice cream are all ready to eat food. You don't have to do anything except for open them, and then you're there. You can eat it straight out of its container. So I can't have brownies, cookies, and ice cream in my house because they're ready to eat foods. I will intentionally, before I eat them, I will say to myself, I'm going to eat this as a meal. I'm going to eat this entire container. I'm just going to eat all these cookies, as many as I can eat as a meal. Literally, I'll think this to myself. I know it's a bad idea. I've done it so many times and I felt sick every single time afterwards, but it doesn't stop me. I still do it. I will eat cookies as a meal. I got issues. I got them too. All emotions are good, just not fixating. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I would say all emotions are not good. No, there's definitely some emotions I don't like. The emotions that I have when I have flashbacks, that thundering drop and that mood declining, whatever it is that I'm feeling at that point, that downward spiral. I still get angry at people to this day. The things people think did to me a long time ago. Whatever emotion that is, anger. I don't want, that's not a good emotion. Anger's a bad one. I don't have anger issues with, I'm not angry with anybody around me. I don't take my anger out on other people, but I'm a very angry person in general. I need to get something to drink. Hi, buddy. Look how cute your stupid face is. It's so pretty, but I'm standing. Oh, man. My legs are fucking all locked up and stuff. My phone is dying. 5%, man. 5%. That's pretty low. My phone's been dying really fast these days. I guess it must have updated. You know, they give you those updates that so that your phone dies faster, so you'll buy the new phone. But I don't want to buy the new phone. Oh, my legs are all stiff and weird. Where's my cup? Son of a bitch. Hold on, puppies. I'm gonna make chocolate milk in my glass here that I got yesterday. So my old dirty glass. That's looks dirty. Oh, my legs are stiff. Bam. I drink organic whole milk. Oh no. I went into the refrigerator for the chocolate syrup. It's not there. That's because I finished it. I have to open another one. Yeah. Boom. Let's put way too much in there. Got me. Long spoon. Long spoon. Oh God, that's good. Chocolate milk, it's delicious. Ugh. Chocolate milk does not come from brown cows. Oh God. Yep. That was good stuff. I was thirsty and my mouth is hurt. I've injured myself. That was delicious. And needed. Called for. Important. Hi, Nova Prime. My eyes are dry. I have to take them out of my head. Hold on. I'm still adapting to the adjusting to the ADD medication. Like I take it at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's excuse me, milk burp. I take the ADD medication at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday I took it for the first time in months, and I didn't feel tired yesterday when I went to go to sleep. So I don't think that my brain hurts. What am I talking about? I'm losing my train of thought. I feel like I'm crashing down. Like standing is now becoming more difficult. I'm thinking. I don't know. I got me a dog right there. Can you see him? Holy shit, what happened there? I'm not sure. Maybe I should go to sleep. I should take my contacts out. Well, why don't we go do that? Okay. You want to go to bed? Puppy dog? I love my dog. He's my buddy. He's my... Oh, that's too close. I'm gonna turn the light out. Don't get scared. No, wait, hold on. Stay there. Okay. I forgot to turn off the lights over there. Boom. We're good to go there. I have these lights in my kitchen here and here. Those are on top of the cabinets that are in the kitchen. There's rope lighting on top of them. Always on. I never turn it off. It's been on for years. I can turn them off, but I don't want to. So that my kitchen's always like when I get up in the middle of the night or when I get up in the morning, I can just walk right to my kitchen. I don't run into anything because those lights are already on. And it's indirect soft lighting and it's not very bright. So it's fantastical. Because, you know, bright lights sometimes don't work out so well. Okay, hold on. I've got to take my contacts out. They hurt my head. Did I brush my teeth yet? I don't think I did. I should have, but I did not. Hold on, I'm turning us. We're all going to go for a ride. There we are. Okay, so we're in my bedroom at the moment, and that is my bathroom. Right there. That's me. That's my bathroom. I'm in my bathroom. Ah, my contacts are out of my head. Noise. Now I'm gonna brush my teeth. All of them. Where you going? Go, 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 go. Get out. You're adorable, but don't lick the floor. Don't lick the floor. That's good advice for everybody. Hey, what did I just say to you? Out. Go. No, get out. Yeah, you're a jerk, puppy. Ugh. Pushy little dog. Pushy little dog. Oh. I made it. I made it to bed. Ugh. I've got my tired on. I brought my tired with me. Hopefully I brought my sleep with me also. I would like to have some of that. I don't like it when I have the tired and I don't have the sleep. Because I would rather have the sleep and not have the tired than have the tired and not have the sleep. Can I help you, sir? Did you just throw my pillow? That is my pillow. What are you doing, buddy? That's not a toy. That is my pillow. No, no, no. Get your little butt over here. Come here. Give me your little butt. Here we go. Oh, Yes, I have the best puppy. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. He's licking my shirt because I spilt a little bit of marijuana powder on myself. And now he's like, ooh, what's that? He's a good boy. He's a really good boy. He's my big buddy. Little dog, big buddy. Aren't you, little dog, good big buddy? Yes, you are. He's a good boy. He's adorable. He's laying right here. He's under the blanket though, so I'm sorry that you can't see him because he's now he's crawling over me. Ah. Ah. He was in my right armpit and he just moved over to my left armpit. So now he's laying between my arm and my body. There he is, with his head sticking out. I don't know if you can see it, but he's adorable. I can see it and I can describe it for you. Adorable. He's my big buddy, little dog. Big buddy. Love him. Hey, yeah, I don't feel right. Something's up. I'm normally more tired than this. I feel parts of my brain that are awake that normally are not. Uh, same as some like that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, video. You good? You got that stuff?
Come on. Come on. Here we go. Come on. You're my best buddy. You know I can't live without you, right? Yeah, you're my best buddy. Thank you. Thanks for being my brother. Thank you for being my buddy. You're my buddy. Honestly. best dog ever. No. Take it off. Okay. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna shake you. I'm gonna shake you.
Mhm.